Okay, welcome back to the Rotax Max Challenge, round one and the kickoff. We were just finished with lunch break and now it will be the super heats and the finals. So welcome to all viewers on the Rotax Max Challenge, social media and the MonoMax and Sport 1 channel. And up next we will have the MicroMax and Micro Rookie super heats. They will be given 11 laps of racing. So before this we had our qualifying heat number 1 on Saturday and qualifying heat number 2 just before lunch break. And all 3 results, including the super heats, will determine your starting grid for the big race later this afternoon in the final. So your pole man will be Callan Delsey in the front row, controlling the speed of the train, followed by Jun Karato. And in your second row of the grid is Shinapat Vechabuti, followed by Siravit. On your third row of the grid, Ruts Nutsarang and Siratapat. And on your last row of the grid, Tanatash and Sirachach Ongbang Noi will be closing your train for the micro category. And not only are the drivers extremely excited for this race, so are the viewers and the mechanics and everybody involved in making this happen. So Callan Delsey controls the speed of the train as they roll into the tram lines. The red lights on top will determine when the race starts and when they go off. And now they do go off. We go racing and Callan Delsey does not have a great start. Jun Karato moves into first position. And behind is the Tony cart of the number 89 Siravit, moves into second position. Jun Karato snatches the lead of the race away from Callan Delsey. Jun Karato already pulling a margin and Callan Delsey has to go defensive into the 100R corner. Shinapat Vechabuti takes a look down the inside. He dives and tries to go around the inside. Not quite enough to snatch third place away from Callan Delsey just yet. Callan Delsey takes a look behind. Shinapat Vechabuti still there. Callan Delsey goes a little bit defensive into T9. We transition to T9. Callan Delsey again goes defensive. The orange card in third position. Callan Delsey tries to go defensive, blocking Shinapat Vechabuti. Shinapat Vechabuti takes a look down the inside. He will snatch third possession, but not quite yet. Callan Delsey goes around the outside. He goes a long way around. Now it's a drag race coming into the Mickey Mouse. They go into the consecutive right and left-handers. Callan Delsey still being defensive. Shinapat Vechabuti not able to capitalize on his race pace. Shinapat Vechabuti tries to look around the inside again. Callan Delsey does not allow that to happen with the disappearing gap. So your top 5 so far, Jun Karato leading the race, followed by Siravit. Third position, Callan Delsey. Fourth position, Shinapat Vechabuti. And in fifth position, Siratat. Sirachach actually falls down into 6th. So Sirachach comes into 5th position. And now it's a drag race between the 2 drivers in the front straight. Shinapat Vechabuti having to switch back into the racing line. Callan Delsey had to look behind Shinapat Vechabuti, and now Sirachach is on his bumper. So 2 laps have passed so far in this race. Drivers go into the 100R corner, quick dab of the brakes, swing the car right, get into the middle of the track, transition into the left. They move into the back straightaway. And Callan Delsey has a look behind. Shinapat Vechabuti still there. Shinapat Vechabuti right on the bumper of Callan Delsey. Callan Delsey has to go defensive into turn 10. And Chelsea running a little tight, a little deeper, trying to protect third position. Chinapat Ventubuti has a look down the inside again. Chelsea goes the long way around, and Chinapat Ventubuti needs to commit a little bit more. But the number 98 tries to go down the inside of Chinapat Ventubuti. Sedachach not quite there just yet into the Mickey Mouse. Chelsea slow on exit. Chinapat is right there on the bumper. Chinapat Ventubuti tries to have another look down the right U-turn. Chelsea still ahead of Chinapat Ventubuti. Between the two guys in front, Jun Karato still leading the race. And Sirachach Ongbangnoy goes defensive. Number 56 of Siratapat pressuring down on Sirachach, and the race is split into pairs. So Jun Karato and Siravit still fight for the lead. And now Chelsea and Chinapat have a dragged race down the front straight away. And they almost bang wheels. Chinapat Ventubuti still not able to snatch third place away from Chelsea. And all this battling has brought Chelsea into Chinapat Ventubuti, Sirachach, Siratapat, Nutsarang, and Thantach. And in the front, Jun Karato and Siravit. Jun Karato still only 6,000 of a second slower than Siravit. Jun Karato still able to lead the race. But behind, the chaos is starting to unfold. Chelsea tries to point Chinapat to go forward. He goes a little wide on exit there, optimizing. But Chinapat Ventubuti, switcheroo from him. That was quite unexpected. Chinapat Ventubuti suddenly moves into third position. Chelsea, a little bit of a mistake from him there. And Sirachach Ongbangnoy tries to go down the inside. Sirachach is now having a look. Sirachach needs to go defensive. Siratapat still there on Sirachach's rear bumper. They're almost too wide coming into the Mickey Mouse. Chinapat Ventubuti moves into third position. Is able to capitalize on Sirachach. Chinapat Ventubuti next hunt on is Siravit. Jun Karato and Siravit still in the same pairs with each other. Jun Karato last lap time was a 58.196. Siravit's last lap time was a 58.249. So the gap last lap around was 0.237. As they come around this lap, let's have a gap check. It's 0.218. So Siravit has closed down the gap even more now with the slipstream that he has. Chinapat Ventubuti already gapping and giving himself some breathing room from Chelsea. The fastest man on track so far will be Chinapat Ventubuti, who is in third position, 57.978. Chinapat Ventubuti is able to do a relatively long race for these drivers in the superheat. Siravit is now right on the bumper of Jun Karato. Can he make anything happen? We have seen from previous heats, Jun Karato can be quite defensive. And now he's employing that human DRS. Jun Karato. Siravit only has 4 laps left. And Chinapat Ventubuti is closing in on the two drivers. Jun Karato 1/10 slower than Siravit. Chinapat Ventubuti 4/10 faster than Jun Karato. Chinapat is closing in that gap extremely fast. 4 laps to go. I reckon Chinapat Ventubuti is going to join this fight for first place very soon. He has his eyes set on Siravit. Jun Karato able to pull breathing room's worth of a gap now as Siravit is starting to feel the pressure from Chinapat Ventubuti. Chinapat Ventubuti clocks in a rapid fast time, 57.7, and he has a look down the inside into the Mickey Mouse. But Djibouti jumps over the curb. He's not able to get it done just quite yet. There was a disappearing gap on the inside coming into the second corner. Djibouti now starts to fall off and will need to regain that momentum again. Doing a great job to withhold pressure from Chinapat Djibouti, and Sidovic moves closer and closer into Jun Karato not having the best of the last laps, and Sidovic's really on the bumper of Jun Karato now. There's not much laps left for Sidovic and Chinapat to overtake. As these laps wind down, it seems like Jun Karato is trying to run away with the win. And Chinapat Djibouti will be able to spoil the party or not. Chinapat Djibouti goes down the inside into the second corner. Beautifully done for Chinapat Djibouti. Extreme commitment to overtake Sidovic into second position. Pace that Chinapat Djibouti has 2 laps to go. Can he snatch the win and spoil the party for Jun Karato? So 2 laps left in the super heats for the MicroMax and Micro rookies. These 8 to 10-year-olds really know what they're doing. Starting off their racing career young, and the Rotax Championship is not a bad way to start. And the Sidovic is following behind, but Chinapat Djibouti is right there on Jun Karato's rear bumper now. This is the final lap. Chinapat Djibouti, does he have what it takes to take down Jun Karato? Jun Karato goes a little wide into turn 2. There's a nice setup on the exit though. Djibouti gap to Jun Karato slowly increasing. Djibouti not having many chances, many corners left to overtake. Still there on the inside defending, and Chinapat Djibouti is gonna switch. Set up for a switcheroo. His momentum's riding on Jun Karato's rear bumper. Chinapat Djibouti does not get it done, and there's a mini drag race down the back straightaway. Jun Karato swings into the middle of the track. Chinapat Djibouti not happy with the ending to that race. But Jun Karato will take the win for the super heats in the micro category. And Chinapat Djibouti finishes in second place. With an interestingly close call to the end of that race. An exciting race for these youngsters, and the winner will be Jun Karato for the super heat, followed by Chinapat Djibouti. Third position, Sidovic. Fourth position, Kalen Delsi. And fifth position, Sirachach Ongbangnoy. So that is your top 5 from MicroMax category. Now we will transition into the highlights. Welcome back from the highlights of MicroMax and Micro Rookie, where in the physical results, Jun Karato was able to snatch the win by just 0.191 of a second. We transition and move on to the next category. This is the Super Heat for the MiniMax and Mini Rookie drivers. And they will be given 12 laps to race. So in qualifying heat number 2, Tanarat Vechabuti was able to snatch the win. And it was a close fight between Pirapongpan Sutamno and Patapol Kalganjanaset. So this is the 165 of Patapol Kalganjanaset. And right next to him is the number 146 of Natwat Sutamno. This is the number 118 of Prin Vonkapon. Right next to him is the number 105 of Papasatorn. This is the number 114 of Palat Tanchapong. And the number 103 of Kitsinantapat. And this is the number 115 of Ganpong. Right next to him is the number 130 of Chris Kasamsa. Last but not least on the grid is the number 183 of Siddhap Chach. So this is the number 183 of Siddhapach. So this is the 12 card grid for the mini categories, age ranging from around 10 to 12 years old. These guys know what to do out there. They know how to get it done. So local time, this race will start at 12:23. So 8 minutes before the start of this race, and we've got quite a bit of a wait before the start of this race. And in the immense heat of today's race, drivers will have to stay hydrated. And these carts are quite physically challenging to drive. And not a long wait anymore for these drivers to get on the track. Marshals are finally checking, making sure the track is safe and protected and ready to be used in race. So, of course, this being the super heat, the difference between the super heats and the qualifying heats. Super heats provide more points when compared to the qualifying heats, and when you combine the qualifying heats with the super heats, it determines your starting grid for the final this afternoon. So the build up towards the big one on the final is this super heat. So obviously karting is an extremely important part of a young racing career. If you get started early, you're more experienced. So a lot of colorful liveries here. This is the 165 of Patapol Galganjanaset, and the only interpret kart we see running on track. And Patapol is rocking the Grand Finals Thailand livery, which is of course the event you get to go to once you win the championship. So the winner of the championship for the Thailand Road Tax Max Challenge will receive a ticket to the World Championships in Grand Finals. And Patapol Kalkanchana said, already sleepy with 5 minutes of wait time left before the start of the race. This is right about the time where the temperature starts to really peak in Pattaya, Thailand. With the increase in temperature, tires will start to overheat a little faster. Tire temperatures need to go down. Drivers need to be more smooth with their inputs to make sure those tires last until the final. And all drivers are in Park Ferme and waiting to start the race. We also see spectators on the side here. It's great to see spectators watching the start of a young one's racing career as well. These are the parents and coaches side of the standings. And not much left for the start of this race. 3 minutes to go. And there we go, the marshal shows the 3-minute board. So 3 minutes before the start of the superheats for the MiniMax and many rookie drivers. The rookie category will only be preserved for a driver's first year in this category. And surprisingly, Tanarat Vechabuti, your man on pole position, this is his first year in the mini category. And so far he's able to perform extraordinarily well in such a competitive field of racing. So big props off to the young man. You can never underlie Perapok Pansitamano and Patapol Galkanjanaset, the other two drivers in the top three that are ready to take advantage of Tanarat Vechabuti. So this race should be interesting to see how it plays out. And you can definitely notice Park Ferme getting a lot quieter as the drivers focus up for their race. And a little under 2 minutes before the start of the race now. Alrighty, mechanics are giving their drivers the last handshake of support before they go out for their race. And so here we go. This is the start of the MiniMax and Mini Rookie race. So the Super 8 start is almost going to be underway. Drivers are in now their formation lap. They are required to go in the 2x2 formation for the start of this one. stopping already as Tararat Vechibuti controls the train, controls the line of cuts. Let's see if he can get it dead right on the first one this time. Red lights are showcased on the top of your screen, and when they go out, we will go racing. And they slowly roll into the tram lines. Tararat Vechibuti wants to get it right the first time. So you first roll on the grid, Tararat Vechibuti and Pirapongpan Sutamno. Let's see if the outside line of the grid can get it right this time. Tararat Vechibuti rolls into the tram lines and we go racing. Pirapongpan Sutamno not able to get another start. He falls down the order into third position, and Pirapongpan Sutamno falls into third position, and Patapo is able to advance himself into second position. Somebody goes around the outside of the Mickey Mouse. That would be Papasiton. Papasiton able to secure some positions. Papasiton in sixth position now from eighth on the grid. Already building a gap, but Pirapongpan Sutamno and Patapo will not allow that to happen, or else they will try to do so. Vechibuti we already know he has extraordinary race pace. The drivers lift up their radiator covers now as the water temperatures come back into play. Tararat Vechibuti still leading this race. So not much action happening in the first few laps, as these drivers are still trying to get their tires up to grip, to shuffle and find their positionings on track. Tararat Vechibuti still not able to check out this race. Patapo Kelkanjanaset already pulling at least 10 card gap away from Pirapongpan Sutamno. Patapo Kelkanjanaset able to keep up with Tararat Vechibuti. Let's do a gap check. Last time it was 0.256 between the leader and second place. Now it's almost 3 tenths. Tararat Vechibuti half a tenth faster than Patapo Kelkanjanaset. Kelkanjanaset already starting to fall behind Tararat Vechibuti. Can anyone contain Tararat Vechibuti's race pace? Pirapongpan already starting to chase down Pirapongpan Sutamno. We did not see this happening in the qualifying heats. Pirapongpan has found something in this session because he's able to keep up with Pirapongpan Sutamno. Here we go. He might look down the inside. There's contact between these two drivers. Pirapongpan just gives Pirapongpan Sutamno a quick bump, quick tap on the shoulder. I'm still there. Pirapongpan really having the race pace in this session. Pirapongpan Sutamno not able to keep up with the front two. Takes a look behind. Pirapongpan is still there. Not much Patapo can do so far with the gap slowly increasing. Last lap time, Tararat Vechibuti was 0.003 of a second faster than Patapo Kelkanjanaset. Extremely competitive between those top two drivers, and this race is now split up into pairs as Pirapongpan is still on the rear bumper of Pirapongpan Sutamno. I wonder if it's because Pirapongpan Sutamno still has his radiator cover down in this hot temperature. But definitely Pirapongpan Sutamno struggling with pace so far. Pirapongpan is right on the rear bumper of that Singha cart. Beautiful Pansatamano going a little wide. That's his first mistake so far in the superheat. This pulls all four carts into a train. Beautiful Pansatamano leading the train, and now it's almost a four-way battle for third place. So Beautiful Pansatamano still not able to find any breathing room whatsoever. Beautiful Pansatamano gets under, and Prince Vodkapon is able to advance his movements forward into third position. Chaikon Minakanef tries to go down the inside, and the gap starts to disappear. Papasaton taps Chaikon Minakanef, and Papasaton goes down the inside. Palatanjapo tries to squeeze Chaikon Minakanef. Chaikon Minakanef comes back at him. So much action happening in a set of a few corners. Vodkapon advances his move towards the top three, something we've never seen before in the first round of this championship, but he goes slightly off, and Prince Vodkapon is able to take back third position. Like I said, the small of his mistakes from Prince Vodkapon, and he loses third position. But Prince Vodkapon definitely has the race pace, but he gets a little bit over the curb, and I wonder if Prince Vodkapon is feeling just a little overwhelmed. He's prone to more mistakes from Prince Vodkapon, and Peter Pongpan starts to already pull breathing room's worth of a gap. Halfway through the race, 6 laps gone, 6 laps to go. Djibouti slowly checking out of this race. Patapol still able to keep up with Tanarat Djibouti. But it is quite obvious that Djibouti is starting to pull a gap away from Patapol. Pongpan getting closed in again by Prince Vodkapon. Sooner or later, if Pongpan starts to defend more, it will be a 5-way battle for the last podium position in this superheat race. And Prince Vodkapon takes a look behind. Prince Vodkapon takes a look behind. So far it's a race of mistakes and consistency. Who can have the least of mistakes? Still not able to find that race pace to keep up with Tanarat Djibouti. Half a tenth slower than Tanarat Djibouti in each lap. Through the course of several laps, that can add up into a second. Tanarat Djibouti really needs just this much of a margin to lead and comfortably check out of the race. Patapol slowly losing out his gap towards Tanarat Djibouti, but let's come back to the action now as Prince Vodkapon is back on the rear bumper of Pierpong Pansatamno. Pierpong Pansatamno still leading the train so far. But Prince Vodkapon is definitely there. Papasaton tries to run it wide, collect some speed. Does not have a look down the inside into the right U-turn. Prince Vodkapon is setting up for the left one. There's a little dive. A little deep into the left U-turn. Papasaton is not able to find an opportunity to pass Prince Vodkapon just yet. Prince Vodkapon definitely has the race pace to keep up with Pierpong Pansatamno. Papasaton goes for a drag race in the front straightaway. Prince Vodkapon is able to edge up just a little bit, but Papasaton goes down the inside. Papasaton snatches fourth position away from Prince Vodkapon, and all this fighting has allowed Pierpong to escape from the train of carts, and Prince Vodkapon is falling down the order. Jacob Minakinitz makes his way into sixth position. on the grid. Print Vodkapon down into 7th now, and Palat Tanjabong wants a piece of this cake. Once past Print Vodkapon and deploys that human DRS, ducks down into a steering wheel, letting the drag on his cars. Looks behind, and there he is. Papasaton is the driver. Papasaton is right there. I mean, they get into rear bumper. Trying to advance his way forward, but he only has 2 laps to do so. Back in the leading train. Antipol Galganjanase, last lap was 1/10 faster than Tanarat Ratchabuti. Antipol Galganjanase able to slowly reel in that gap. It's almost like Tanarat Ratchabuti starting to have his tire pressures fall off in the final few laps of this race. Antipol still steady, Antipol still consistent. Let's do a gap check this time around. Last time it was 0.363, now it's 0.323. Antipol Galganjanase able to reel in that gap with Tanarat Ratchabuti. 3/10 is still a little too much to be hoping for an overtake, but we can definitely tell that he is getting closer. If Tanarat Ratchabuti starts to hear Patipol's engine getting closer and closer, you can start, as a driver, you can start hearing the overlapping between engine sounds. I wonder if Tanarat Ratchabuti can start to hear that as well, but now it's the final lap, and there's just a small set of corners left before the end of this race. Clip the left curb, swing it right until the minimum speed. Let the car roll out and into the runoff area, and Tanarat Ratchabuti wins the MiniMax and Mini Rookie Superheats, followed by Patipol Galganjanase, followed by Pirapong Pansatamno. Pasaton ends up in 4th position, Chaikon Minikit in 5th. So the man that was moving up and down on the grid there, Print Vodkapon, found himself all the way up to 3rd position. Something we've never seen him go up that high. But unfortunately, he was swallowed by the middle pack and fell to 6th position. So good effort from the young man. And this is your result for the MiniMax and Mini Rookie Superheats, with Tanarat Ratchabuti taking the win. In the end, Patipol Galganjanase almost able to catch up and reel in the gap. Now we will go into the highlights for MiniMax. was the MiniMax and Mini Rookie Superheat. And Tarat Betchibuti able to take the win with a close margin from Patapokal Kanchana set. And so your top 5 for that race was extremely close. Now we move on to the Junior Max and Junior Rookie Superheat. The driver in the shade is the number 202 of Brent Van Kapon. This is the number 258 of Tas Mung Siri. So still a relatively calm Parc Ferme environment, but that will definitely change once we get on track.
This is the light? Yes. This is the
พี่ครับ
yellow line.
เดี๋ยวตอนไฟนอลผมสัมภาษณ์หลังแข่งได้ไหม
สัมภาษณ์หลังแข่ง
ปกติเราสัมภาษณ์ก่อนแข่งใช่ป่ะ แต่สัมภาษณ์ก่อนแข่ง มันไม่น่าสนใจเหมือนสัมภาษณ์หลังแข่ง
อ๋อได้เดี๋ยวลองถามอะไร
ลองสัมภาษณ์หลังแข่งเดี๋ยวผมยืนอยู่แถวๆนี้แต่เดี๋ยวลองคุย So this is the junior grid for the Rotex Max Challenge Thailand Junior category. 13 carts, and the age group is from 12 to around 15 years old. And a lot of capable drivers in this category. So this race will start at local Thailand time 12:58 with right now it is 12:51, so 7 minutes before the start of this race. So 7 minutes for the drivers to prepare for the biggest build up before the final.
สัมภาษณ์ได้ครับพี่สัมภาษณ์ตรงไหนครับพี่ตรงมาตรงไหน
ตรงนู้นดีกว่า
เขาจะสัมภาษณ์ตรง
นอกเต็นท์ก็ได้
ไฟนอนเขาหลังเสร็จสัมภาษณ์หลังเสร็จอ่ะอ๋อครับผมใช่ครับแข่งเสร็จแล้วเดี๋ยวเขาจะไปสัมภาษณ์จริง
So of course these drivers are quite experienced, but we also have a lot of new and aspiring drivers on grid for the junior category as well. And the one so far, a rookie that has been performing extremely well for his first year in this category, Tas Mung Siri, who places his cart in second place on the grid.
ถ้าเกิดสัมภาษณ์ตรงแบงก์ดอกนี้ได้ไหมครับพี่
พี่แต่ผมไม่รู้ว่าจะรวมตัวนักขับมาได้ไหมนะ But the driver you really have to look out for again in this category will be Nadon Imjipanya and Pumsit Klomajong. Nadon Imjipanya in the golden cart in 4th position on the grid, and Pumsit Klomajong in 6th position on the grid. So these two drivers are the ones that will be moving forward in this race. We will expect to see some dramatic action in this category. And will anybody be able to keep Panustian Mankong from leading and dominating this category? But now we have some of the mini drivers walking back to the pit lane with a big gold cold towel on their heads. And it is quite hot today in Birakat circuit. So last checkup for the carts before we start this race. And we have viewers from all across different platforms, whether it will be the Rotax Mix Challenge, social media channels, or from the cable TVs in MicroMax and Sport 1. So there we are. In the bottom part of your screen is the golden cart of number 235, Nado Ichipani. Right behind is a Singha cart, number 264 of Pumsik Glomajong. Both drivers working together in the last qualifying heat to move forward. From the previous race, now the sun is back out. It will be challenging for these junior drivers. The junior drivers running in the D2 Mojo tires. Same width, same dimension as the senior carts, but the compound is much stiffer. You really have to be smooth on the inputs. There's your first row of the grid for the junior race. Panustian Mankong on the left side of your screen, starting on pole position. The man controlling the train, controlling this group of carts. And next to him is the rookie, the new face on the junior grid, Tas Mungsuri. Both running CRG carts. So definitely Panustian Mankong feeling comfortable in this race. Still outside of his cart so far. And 2 minutes before the start of this race at 12:48. So a few minutes left of wait time before we unleash some action. Panustian Mankong finally getting his last encouragement from his mechanic before hopping into his cart. He's feeling comfortable in his cart now. And there we go, the 1 minute board comes up. The drivers are prepared to go out for their session. So here we go. The formation lap is underway for the junior category. And so again, a 13 cart train, and your rundown is on the first row of the grid, Panustian Mankong on pole position, and on the outside line is Tas Mungsuri. In the second row of the grid, Nawin Dase and Nado Imjipani. The third row of the grid, Tanata Slomwu, followed by Pumsit Glomajong. Your fourth row of the grid, Wachirawit and Chisanapong. The fifth row of the grid, Pan Sakserm Songchai, followed by Kantapat. And the last three carts of your junior grid will be Mikael Rangsima Pirainen, Setawut Tanti Vejigon, and Burnett Sam. Here we go. The last race before the final. Can anybody keep Panustian Mankong from dominating? In the previous qualifying heats, we always saw a trend. Panustian Mankong sweeping extremely wide to cover off the outside, giving him a better run into turn one. Let's see how this goes. The cars roll into the tram lines and it's race time. Panustian Mankong does not have to sweep that wide. And Tas Mungsiri tries to go the long way around. Panustian Mankong able to keep the inside. Nado Imjipani already in third position. And he overtakes now Wendase. Pumsik Globojong try to go around the outside and it does work. The middle pack has contact in the Mickey Mouse. But everybody comes out with no damage. There's contact in the 100R. People with 3 wide coming into there. Brave youngsters racing in this category. And Pun goes down the inside. Moves his way forward. But it's still relatively action-packed in the middle group. And now Wendase feeling pressure from Tanatas as he gets pushed and pushed. Tanatas was trying to work with one of the drivers, was trying to work with Tas Mungsiri in qualifying heat 2 to move towards Wendase, but now he is on the rear bumper in this heat. So let's see what Tanatas can do. But now Wendase still performing incredibly well to keep Tanatas behind him. And now Wendase goes defensive. Tanatas will have to find an opportunity to overtake. And between the middle pack, the race is split into 2 pairs. Now Wendase and Tanatas. And right behind them is Watchirawit and Chisanapong. Chisanapong still on the rear bumper of Watchirawit. And this is the fight for 7th position. And Nado Ichipani, Pumsik Globojong has a look down the inside. Nado Ichipani tries to go the long way around. Pumsik Globojong secures 3rd place. Snatches 3rd place away from Nado Imchipani. Beautifully done there from Pumsik Globojong. Both drivers in their first year of the junior category and have already promising results in the Rotax Max Challenge Thailand Championship. But these two really do know what to do, how to perform on track. But Panustian Mankong is really the one dominating this category so far. Let's gap check to see just how far he is already. He's almost 1 second already ahead of Tas Mungsiri. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen, is the gap you see on screen between 1st and 2nd place. So you can really understand and comprehend just how small of a margin kart racing can be. So this is now Wendase and Tanata still fighting for 5th position on the grid. Tanata still not having a look down the inside. Now Wendase goes defensive. And now Wendase tries to push Tanatas back into Watchirawit and Chisanapong. And sooner or later, this will be a 4-way battle for 5th position if now Wendase keeps on defending. But Tanatas still not able to find any opportunities to stick it up the inside of now Wendase. Might have to try something different. The first quarter of this race has passed. Panustian Mankong still leading this race. Tas Mungsiri is now in pressure from Pumsik Globojong. Pumsik Globojong, the fastest one so far in this session, 53.4. Will Pumsik be the one challenging Panustian Mankong? Panustian Mankong, of course, being the driver that has always had a clean sweep this weekend for the kickoff. Will his party be ruined by Pumsik Globojong? Pumsik Globojong definitely having the pace. Fortunately, in the qualifying heats, in one of the qualifying sessions he was not able to set down a lap time, but now he is back in the front row of the grid. Phumsik Klomajong. Phumsik Klomajong faster and faster. Panu Sianmankong snatches purple lap away from Phumsik Klomajong. Panu Sianmankong knows what he has to do. 53.353, half a tenth faster than Phumsik Klomajong. Phumsik Klomajong pressuring down, putting the hammer down on Tasman Siri now. Phumsik Klomajong 1.5 tenths, still faster than Tasman Siri. But this is the battle still between Nawendase and Tanatas. And the other pair, Wachidawit and Chisanapong. And all four drivers are still evenly gapped from each other. So here we go. 6 laps have passed and Phumsik Klomajong is slowly creeping in on Tasman Siri. Tasman Siri has to hear Phumsik Klomajong's overlapping engine sound at this point. So these D2 tires really do take a lot of skill to drive. Phumsik Klomajong 53.327, almost a tenth faster than Tasman Siri. Panu Sianmankong still holds the fastest lap, 53.292. But Tasman Siri definitely knows Phumsik is there. He's pushing and he's pushing. Phumsik Klomajong. And Tasman Siri goes almost a tenth faster than Phumsik Klomajong. Tasman Siri is on it now. The top three are running almost identical lap times. This will be interesting to see how it plays out in the final. Phumsik Klomajong definitely needs to go a little faster to keep up with Tasman Siri now. What if Panu Sianmankong is even pushing? He has a 1.2 second gap. This is the fight between Wachidawit and Chisanapong. Chisanapong still needs to go a little closer before he can attempt anything overtake worthy. So halfway through the race now, Nado Mjipani lacking some race pace to keep up with the top three. Phumsik Klomajong really trying to reel in the gap between Tasman Siri. He was almost a tenth faster than Tasman Siri. So it will be a matter of time before Phumsik Klomajong starts to catch up with Tasman Siri. These two drivers are evenly skilled. Tasman Siri knows he cannot make a mistake or else Phumsik Klomajong will get closer. Panu Sianmankong, the one who just passed your screen, is leading this race by another marathon of a gap. Thought 1.8 seconds was very small margin. Just look at the gap between Panu Sianmankong and Tasman Siri. That, ladies and gentlemen, is 1.8 seconds in the motorsports world. Tasman Siri still pressured by Phumsik Klomajong. He takes a look back. He knows Phumsik is there. Klomajong and Tasman Siri both employ human DRS, trying to edge out, trying to squeeze the last few tenths out of their lap times. And Panu Sianmankong still goes fastest last lap, 53.04 tenths faster than Tasman Siri and Phumsik Klomajong. Before I did say Panu Sianmankong could have been challenged by these drivers, but apparently not. Because he puts down a 53.0. Panu's still 4 tenths faster than the rest of the grid in this heat, showcasing the experience he's got in this category. So So it will be a fight of the rookies for second position between Tasmansuri and Phumsik Klomajong. So far, clean sweep for Panustian Mankong. Driver who has gone to the grand finals, picked up numerous experiences overseas. And he's definitely putting it to good use. That's a Phumsik and Tasmansuri still in the battle. The gap between them is around 0.2 and a half. This is battle between the number 239 and the number 236. So Pantaplat and Septawut Tanti Ventricle fighting for 11th position on the grid. So Tanti Ventricle needs to be a little closer for an overtaking opportunity. Number 266 of Wachitowitz rolls into the final corner and out into the front straight, and Tasmansuri looks behind at Phumsik Klomajong, and he is still there. The gap is 3/10. 3/10 separate these two drivers. Separating these two drivers, and Tasmansuri trying everything he's got to keep ahead of Phumsik Klomajong. Phumsik Klomajong fighting the carts. Obviously, boy, on a smaller scale, he's gonna have to carry more weight on his cart. These machines are designed to be as equal as possible. So Phumsik Klomajong is carrying almost 30 kilograms worth of ballast in order to make this race equal. The gap this time around is now 4/10. So Tasmansuri is finding that pace to keep ahead of Phumsik Klomajong. Panustian Mankong doesn't seem to be pushing anymore. 2 attempts. He has slowed down his lap time. Tasmansuri still ahead of Phumsik Klomajong. Phumsik Klomajong needs to put the hammer down with 3 laps to go. Stay ahead of Tasmansuri. But Phumsik Klomajong still trying to keep up with Tasmansuri. Tasmansuri seems to be a little slower, a 10th and a half slower than Phumsik in this lap, and Phumsik is able to come in by 1/10, but there's still 3/10 separating each other. With 2 laps to go, you can feel the tension, you can feel just how close these drivers are competing to each other. Still needs to go a little closer. And on screen is your leader, Panustian Mankong. The number 202 CRG cart. And this is now the final lap for Panustian Mankong. Without any technical difficulties, it will be a clean sweep for Stian Mankong into the final. Between Tasmansuri and Phumsik Klomajong. The battle is still on. And Stian Mankong driving comfortably in first position. There's nothing else that Tasmansuri or Phumsik Klomajong can do to keep Panu from winning this race. A few sets of corners left, jumping the left apex. Comfortably driving into victory goes Panustian Mankong with a marathon worth of a gap. Panustian Mankong wins the race. This time it's a 1.9 second gap from Tatsamang Siri. Second place is Tatsamang Siri. Third place, Pumzik Lomajong. Fourth place, Nado Imchipani. Fifth place, Nawin Dase. That is your top 5 for the Junior Max and Junior Rookies Super Heats. And a great job to Pano Stien Mankong for dominating this category. And Pumzik moves into third position on the grid. So with the combination of the qualifying heat results and the super heat results, soon we will get our starting grid for the final. So again, this is your result for the junior category. And the winner, Pano Stien Mankong, with almost 2 seconds of a gap. So now we will go into the highlights for the junior category. Welcome back to the Birakat circuit from the highlights. And Pano Stien Mankong comfortably takes the win in the junior category with an interesting race that will definitely be spicier between Tatsamang Siri, Pumzik Lomajong and Nado Imchipani in the junior race. But next up, we have the senior race, the biggest one on the grid, the most competitive one on the grid. This is the super heats for the senior max, which will start at 1:18 p.m. So from local time, 10 minutes before the start of the senior max and max masters. Relatively big grid for the Thailand Championship, and a great thing to see from the MicroMax, MiniMax and the junior category. We've never seen drivers have to go wait out in the sun, but with the senior grid being this big, they are forced to. So this is your 20-cut grid. On our screen right now is the number 383 of Siri Kong Siri. this is the number 311 of Pat Santishin. And the number 344 Waterpong. And again, this is the Energy Card Fleet, the number 933 Shane Tanapob. And the 395 of Ratcharat. This is the number 355 of Zain Tan. Right next to him is the number 324 of Jenny Bibinet. This is the number 918 of Tam Yuk Ho. The number 944 Wirasak. Right behind him is the number 351 of Nitan and the number 360 of Paco Miguel Sar. This is the number 317, giving us a really friendly hi. That was James Cheng, and this is the number 368 of Pornpot. I'd like to say, James Cheng, I love your helmet design. So around 8 minutes before the start time, and this is the angle of the spectators before the start of the race. On a relatively cool day under the sun for the spectators. You can always see the heat waves come across the screen for the senior race, and surface temps are at least 10 Celsius higher than your air temperature. So it must be 40 something degrees on the surface temperatures. These are the two Gale brothers, Toby Gale and Austin Gale. Give us a big wave, boys. I guess they don't hear me. Hi Toby, hi Austin. So they are chatting before the race, feeling comfortable before the start, which is a good thing to see from athletes. And a little bit over 5 to 6 minutes before the start of the 18 lap race for the superheats. พี่พานุทำไมมัน clean sweep จังอะซันทำไมมัน clean sweep จังอะยังไม่ได้ push เลยนี่ใช่ปะยี่แบบโคตรเซฟยาง So here we go, and from this camera angle you can really see just how low these carts are to the ground. This is why they're so fun to drive. You get a sense of speed because you're so low to the ground, so low to the ground. You get an extreme enhanced amount of sense of speed, and the carts are extremely grippy because you have such a low center of gravity. You're driving in slick tires with no assist, no ABS, no traction control. Everything is controlled with your own ability and skill. This makes these karts an extremely good starting point for your racing career. So 5 minutes before the start of the Senior Max and Max Masters Superheats. There we are. We have the big view of all the configurations BAHRAIN circuit can run. And I did hear from the organizers that in the next race we will have a new configuration, a configuration that the locals here have never driven on before. Should be exciting to see how these drivers perform on the new track layout in the next race. And so these are the spectators on the other side of the track as well, and patiently waiting in the shade before the start of the race, which will start in 4 minutes. And the road tax statue just giving us a big wave. So 3 minutes. And now the drivers put on their helmets. On top is also another viewing point on top of the pits for the staff and the members of the race teams to watch. So a lot of viewing spots for BAHRAIN circuit, and we do encourage everybody to come watch kart racing. It's one of the most competitive forms of motorsports and the closest that you can get to Formula One. That's why so many drivers from Formula One start in karting. And I want to name a few of the greats: Lewis Hamilton, Ayrton Senna, Max Verstappen. So many drivers, so many world champions start from karting. And in Thailand, Rotax Max Challenge is not a bad way to start your racing career at all. So the 1 minute board comes up now for the start. Soon we will be starting the race. And so a quick rundown for your grid for the start. 15 seconds. Alrighty, here we go. This is the start of the formation lap for the MiniMax and Max Masters qualifying superheat. So this is the superheat. Apologies for the MiniMax and Max Masters. And they have 18 laps to go. And so your pole man in this race, Panyakon Aram Rasami. On this side, Panyakon Aram Rasami will be Austin Gale. So Austin Gale beside Panyakon Aram Rasami and Toby Gale in third position. So the first row of the grid, Panyakon Aram Rasami on pole position, followed by Austin Gale. On the second row of the grid, will be Clifford Gamjanapas and Toby Gale. On the third row of the grid, Sitikong Siri and Nawin Natipanon. So here we go, Panyakon Aram Rasami. For the last time before the final heat, brings the train into the tram lines, and the red lights do not go off, and we do not go racing, so it's a one more time. And Panyakon Aram Rasami does accelerate a little too fast, and so we will go one more time for the formation lap. There's a great chance to run down again. So the first row of the grid, Panjakona Ramrasamy, followed by Austin Gale. Second row in the grid, Clifford Ganjanapas, followed by Toby Gale. Third row in the grid, Siri Kongsiri, followed by Nawin Natipanon. Fourth row in the grid, Warapong, followed by Zachary Boyce. Fifth row in the grid, Rachrat Anantakan, followed by Nishimura. Sixth row in the grid, Jenny Bibinet and Pat Santichit. Seventh row in the grid, Wirasak, followed by Chain Tanapa. Eighth row on the grid, Nifan, followed by Zain Tan. Ninth row on the grid, Paco Miguel Sar, followed by Tam Yuk Ho. And in the 10th and final row on the grid, Puan Pot, followed by James Cheng. So Panjakona Ramrasamy able to control the speed of the train. But if he does accelerate too fast before the yellow line, stewards will not allow the race to begin. So here we go one more time. The two lines of carts roll into the trend lines, hopefully for the last time, and we go racing. So Panjakona Ramrasamy, great start from him. Austin Gale slots into second place, and Toby Gale tries to go around the outside, and he gets it done. Toby Gale around the outside. Crazy move from the smaller Gale. Jeez, what a move from Toby Gale. Move of courage to find himself into first position. Not something that you will see often in Birakat. It's something that a lot of people try, but it will not work. Toby Gale has somehow made it work, and he is in first place. Panjakona Ramrasamy in second place. Austin Gale in third. And Austin Gale having in contact with Panjakona Ramrasamy. And Clifford Ganjanapas and Siri Kongsiri now follow behind. And Toby Gale, really good start from Toby Gale to move up to first position on the grid. Panjakona Ramrasamy now has to choose, will he defend from Austin Gale or will he chase down Toby Gale? And I think the answer is he will defend from Austin Gale. Panjakona Ramrasamy did have a look behind. See that red bureau card of Austin Gale right behind him. Clifford Ganjanapas and Siri Kongsiri also in their own battle for 4th and 5th position. Panjakona Ramrasamy still protecting his lead over Austin Gale, but Toby Gale has already ran away, and Austin Gale is still there, and Austin Gale has a big jump over the curves. He has contact with Panjakona Ramrasamy, and Austin Gale tries to go for the switcheroo. Panjakona Ramrasamy will have to go around the outside. And Austin Gale gets it done on Panjakona Ramrasamy. Tough racing from Austin Gale. Panjakona Ramrasamy tries to go around the outside. Clifford Ganjanapas falls down the order, and Siri Kongsiri comes into 4th position. Siri Kongsiri has his eyesight set on Panjakona Ramrasamy. Austin Gale and Panjakona Ramrasamy go both defensive into the right U-turn. Austin Gale tries to hold back the pack together. Austin Gale goes defensive. Panjakona Ramrasamy and Siri Kongsiri tries to go around the outside. Brave move from Austin. Brave move from Siri Kongsiri to go around the outside of Panjakona Ramrasamy. Panjakona Ramrasamy, a little bit of contact with Siri Kongsiri. The number 918 of Tam Yuk Ho is in pit lane. There's so much action unfolding in the front group of the seniors now. This was not something we saw in the qualifying heats. It's falling into Austin Gale's game to put the field together, compact them, jam-pack them, and then he has checked out of the race already. Austin Gale, knowing that Toby Gale is already far ahead in front, chooses to pack these drivers together before giving him some space to lead the race. So Toby Gale, comfortable lead over Austin Gale now. And Siri Kongsiri is now pressured and hunted down by Panjakona Ramrasamy. definitely an action-packed heat already. And Siri goes defensive on around Rasami. Siri tries to go defensive. Panico around Rasami with the better racing line. The exit of the Mickey Mouse. Panico around Rasami does not have the best exit. Closing in into the 100R. This is now Inash Panon and Rajarat battling for 6th position. Incredible moves made by the two Gill brothers to move into 1st and 2nd position again. And you're going around still needs to work his way back up to the front if he wants to secure 1st position. Siri Kongsiri, Panyagon around Rasmi, both fighting for 3rd position on the grid. Siri Kongsiri clocks in a 52.492. Panyagon around Rasmi clocks in a 52.633. Siri Kongsiri still 1.5 tenths faster than Panyagon around Rasmi. Doing whatever he can to stay ahead of Panyagon around Rasami. But between the two brothers up in front, Austin Gale 2 tenths faster than Toby Gale. And Austin Gale is the fastest man on track, 52.146. And the 2nd fastest man on the track is Panyagon around Rasami, 52.187. So Austin Gale and Panyagon Aram Rasami, the 2 fastest people on the track so far. Panyagon Aram Rasami able to hunt down Siri Kongsiri. So definitely Toby Gale running in 52.8. He's saving his side and driving smart, planning ahead for the final. And it is Austin Gale, the one that has to hunt down Toby Gale. Panyagon around Rasami still trying to hunt down Siri Kongsiri. Siri Kongsiri just a little bit, tad bit slower than Panyagon last lap. Let's see this lap time around. Siri Kongsiri is now 0.04 of a second faster than Panyagon around Rasami. Panyagon around Rasami having that slipstream, having that draft. To pull in on Siri Kongsiri. Fighting the car, sliding it into the 100R. Tap on the brakes, make it short and precise, quick on the throttle. Transitions into the left corner and into the back straightaway. Those these two drivers. Almost halfway through this race already for the Senior Max and Max Masters Super Heats. Rajarat goes defensive for the number 344 Waterpong. Back out in front, it's still Siri Kongsiri and Panyagon around Rasami for the podium position. Siri Kongsiri, number 383 Birel Kart. Still relatively keeping it calm out in front. Panyagon around Rasami does have to be a little tad bit closer to make anything happen. Siri Kongsiri deploying that human DRS. Austin Gale clocking in the fastest of lap times, 72.153. So he's trying to hunt down Toby Gale, and that leading margin for Toby Gale has decreased and decreased, but Toby Gale has started finally clocking in that work, 52.197. So he's put the hammer down now, but Austin Gale clocks in at 52.077. So Austin Gale still 2 tenths faster than Toby Gale last lap around. And there's a 1.4 second gap that separates the two drivers. Toby Gale looking behind to check where his brother is. Out behind Siri Kongsiri and Panyagon around Rasami, still together. The gap seems to be ever so slightly increasing. Behind in the middle pack. Now with Natsipanon. A comfortable breathing gap lead over Rajrat Anantakan. 8 laps left in this race. Now with Natsipanon still leading this race. Rajrat Anantakan following behind. In front, Panjikon and Silicon 3. Still fighting for that position. Nobody has given up yet. I don't think any of them will either. Siri Kongsiri really doing a great job to keep Panjikon around Rasami behind. To remind you, Panjikon around Rasami was the pole man in qualifying. Siri Kongsiri is doing a great job to keep him behind. But the Toby Gale has broken into the 51.9. He's rapid fast. He's 2/10 faster than Toby Gale last lap around Austin Gale. So Austin Gale has definitely broken into sub 52s. And around Masami still running into 52.1s. City Kongsiri was 1,000th of a second, 1,000th of a second faster. Slower, my apologies. To Panjikon around Rasami. So only 1,000th of a second was the difference in lap times between Siri Kongsiri and Panjikon around Rasami. Panjikon around Rasami does need to go a little bit faster, finds a little bit more race pace, and does he do it this lap? No, he does not. Siri Kongsiri half a tenth now faster than Panjikon around Rasami. And I think that gap will keep on increasing and decreasing as the laps go on. Personally, I've driven one of these battles where you're not really using your racecraft. You really need to stay consistent. It's one of the most difficult things to do. When done properly, you can maintain the gap behind, but Panjikon around Rasami really does have to make a move. Staying behind Siri Kongsiri all this time has overheated his tires, overheated his engine. As you drive behind a driver more and more, you slowly become them, choosing their lines, choosing their braking points, their throttle points. So he really needs to up his pace and pass Siri Kongsiri. But here we go, 5 laps to go, and Siri Kongsiri going a little slowly into the first corner. Panjikon right on the bumper. And Panjikon around Rasami out of nowhere is now closing in on Siri Kongsiri. Panjikon around Rasami able to find 1/10 in that last lap. Now the sun is back out for the 100R corner. Panjikon around Rasami still needs to become a little bit closer, or he really needs to be bold with his overtaking. The Siri Kongsiri seems to have a better exit every time coming into the lap sweeping. But as we focus too much on the Siri Kongsiri and Panjikon around Rasami, we don't notice the fact that Toby Gale and Austin Gale's gap has decreased. The last lap was 0.523, now it's 0.445. So Toby Gale is slowly losing his leading margin to his bigger brother Austin Gale. So now we're split into 2 pairs of racers. The Gale brothers out in front battling for first position, and Austin and Siri Kongsiri and Panjikon fighting for the last position on the podium grid. So the tension between these 2 pairs have always been strong. Siri Kongsiri does not seem to give up anytime soon. Panjikon really needs to go just that little bit faster, little bit more consistent, little bit faster into each corner, carrying the minimum speed. The slipstream, Siri Kongsiri is having a troublesome time of running away. And Panjikon is not giving Siri Kongsiri any breathing room whatsoever. Still there behind Siri Kongsiri. Almost like having a magnet between the front bumper of Panjikon's cart and the rear bumper of Siri Kongsiri's cart. Those pushing and coming closer into each other. But every time we get out of this left-hander, City Kongsiri pulls a small margin of a gap, allowing him to have some small breathing room before Panyikon Aram Rasumi is able to close in the last sector of the track. So 2 laps to go for the superheat of the Senior Max and Max Masters, with Panyikon Aram Rasumi really on the tail of City Kongsiri now. Panyikon Aram Rasumi almost slides the car into the Mickey Mouse a little bit, and there is definitely a magnet attached between those two guys' bumpers because they are so close with each other. Kongsiri trying his best to keep ahead of Panyikon Aram Rasumi. And Toby Gale and Austin Gale's gap has increased, so Toby Gale can run into the 51.9s. Austin Gale is using more of his tires to catch up to Toby Gale. But this is the final lap. Here we go. Panyikon Aram Rasumi has one more chance to overtake City Kongsiri, and it's not as quite close as he would like to. Panyikon Aram Rasumi trying everything he can, but out in front it's Toby Gale with a 6-10 lead over Austin Gale. Toby Gale comfortably leading over Austin Gale. 3 corners left, 2 corners left now. Separate Toby Gale from a superheat win. Toby Gale flows into the final corner. He will take the win. So Toby Gale wins for the Senior Max and Max Masters Superheats, followed by Austin Gale. And behind City Kongsiri and Panyikon Aram Rasumi. And in 5th position, Clifford Gajanapas. 6th position comes Ratrak Anantagan, followed by Warapong in 7th position. The last 3 for the top 10, Nawin Natipanon, Zachary Boyce, and Jenny Bibinet closes out your top 10. So relatively action-packed race in the start, and we've never seen that move being done before that often by Toby Gale. So great move by Toby Gale to move into 1st position. And now we will move into the highlights for the senior category in the Superheat. Welcome back from the highlights of the superheat for the senior category. Now we go into the final. So this is the one everybody wants to win. So first up, we will have the MicroMax and Micro Rookie category starting at 1:48 p.m. So that is approximately 8 minutes from now. So the drivers are still preparing for their final session. The big one, the most important one of this race weekend. The drivers have been building up to this moment ever since on Friday's practice. So most of these drivers came all the way from the Friday free practice. And then on Saturday, we had our free practice, official practice number 1, official practice number 2, qualifying heat number 1, qualifying heat number 2 on Sunday, the super heats, and now we are led on into the finals. So here we go. This is the grid for the final of the MicroMax and Micro Rookies. Oh, okay. And we welcome everybody viewing from all of the media channels, and especially from the Sport 1 and MonoMax channels. Welcome to Rotax Max Challenge Thailand kart racing. So here we go. This is the grid of all the youngsters racing for victory in the kickoff round for the Rotax Thailand Championship. So great starting point for your career. And this is the age groups 8 to 10. This is Chinapat Vechabuti, the number 78 Sony kart. And right next to him is the number 35 of Callan Delcy. And in third position of the starting grid is the number 89 of Siravit. And he is being coached on by Alex Grocott. Right next to him is the number 39 of Jun Karato. And the number 5 of 56 Siritapat, giving us a thumbs ups. And this is the number 9 of Dut Sarang. The two last rows on the grid, the number 98, sponsored by Repsol, City Chach Ong Bang Noi. And this is the number 99 of Than Touch. He is supported on by his family members, father and son alike. So this is your 8 card grid for the micro category. And Chinapat Vechabuti, of course, an experienced driver in this category, is coming up with going against with one of the rookies, Callan Delcy and Sirvit, as their first year in this category. They have been already performing incredibly well.
Hope to come up.
พี่ออฟครับรบกวนขึ้นมาบน commentary box ด้วยครับขอบคุณครับ So here we go, 4 minutes before the start of the race. And a quite interesting lead up to this one. And Kalandelsey manages to have such a good start in qualifying in the superheats. So it'll be interesting to see how it leads up in the final. สัมภาษณ์ก่อนแข่งมันไม่มีอะไรพูดเลยจะสัมภาษณ์หลังแข่งเพราะมันมีสิ่งที่จะพูดได้เยอะ So here we go. Under 5 minutes left before the start of the youngest drivers in this championship. So 3 minutes before the start of this one. Drivers are left with only their mechanics on the grid. So not much left for the drivers can do except go out there and give it their best shot for the final now. This is the biggest one on Sunday. One-minute board comes up. And here we go. Chinapat Vechabuti collapses hands. He is ready for the final. Fifteen seconds left before the start of the race. So the drivers will not have a standing start, but they will go onto their formation laps. And Giancarlo, the impatient one, has already led the starts of the MicroMax and Micro Rookie final. So here we go, the last one of today for these youngsters. On the first row, Chinapat Vechabuti, followed by Kalandelsey. In the second row, Sidovit, followed by Jun Karato. In the third row, Sidatapat, followed by Nutsarang. The fourth row, Sidachach Ongbang Noi, followed by Fantach. That is it. So 4 rows of carts in the 2x2 formation. And Kalandelsey has definitely had an amazing start to the last one. But a start that really holds a special part in my heart is the superheat start for the seniors. Toby Gills around the outside move, sweeping himself into first position, was extraordinary. So let's see if we can see more of that intense racing in this category for the youngsters. 8 carts out of park firm, 8 carts on the grid, 8 carts now try to roll into the tram lines. The red light on top of your screen once it goes out, which is now we go racing, and Giancarlo squeezes Chinapat Vechabuti to the inside, and Kalandelsey goes into first position, Giancarlo in second, Nutsarang in third position, and Chinapat Vechabuti, our pole man, goes into fifth position. Chinapat Vechabuti able to secure fourth position on the grid, but Kalandelsey jumps into fourth position. Giancarlo now in second. Third position becomes the center helmet in the Sodi carts. And I couldn't quite catch the number, but as they come around the commentary box, We'll try to see who is the top 5, but Kalandelsi goes defensive on Jun Karato. That is the number 99 of Thantach, which is overtaken now by Chinapat Vechabuti. Oh, here we go, Kalandelsi squeezing Jun Karato. And Chinapat Vechabuti tries to go the long way around. Chinapat Vechabuti gets it done. So Chinapat Vechabuti, the long way around. Definitely the long way around, but not the wrong way around. As we have seen definitely many times in different categories. Around the outside at turn 1 somehow makes it work for them. Chinapat Vechabuti is in second place. Kalandelsi is still in first. Your top 5 is first place Kalandelsi, second place Chinapat Vechabuti, third place Jun Karato, fourth place Thantach, and fifth place now is Sirachach Ongbang Noi. So here we go. Kalandelsi will have to keep Jun Karato behind. This race is 13 laps. He will need to keep him behind after this lap, so 11 more laps. For Kalandelsi to defend. Chinapat Vechabuti down the inside. Kalandelsi's gonna go the long way around. Chinapat Vechabuti will have the inside for the next corner. He tries to point Kalandelsi forward. Jun Karato tries to go down the inside. Kalandelsi does not allow that to happen. Chinapat Vechabuti finds himself back in the front positioning. So Chinapat Vechabuti has his race pace. Kalandelsi will have to try to overtake, throw it up the inside of Chinapat Vechabuti. Jun Karato tries to go for the move, backs out last second. Chinapat Vechabuti now out in front, and he has already checked out of the race. Chinapat Vechabuti dominating in this category so far. Will anybody be able to take him down during the final? Kalandelsi is now in second place. Jun Karato in third. Thantach in fourth. Sirachach Ongbang Noi in fifth position. So here we go. Thantach still behind Jun Karato. Jun Karato knowing he's got that racecraft. Kalandelsi's got amazing racecraft as a rookie. Up to Chinapat Vechabuti. Last lap around, Chinapat Vechabuti, that was a 58.6. 8/10 faster than Kalandelsi. Chinapat Vechabuti definitely the one to run away with the win in this race. To follow behind is Kalandelsi, Jun Karato, Thantach, and Sirachach Ongbang Noi. Nutsaran, another rookie, the driver found himself in third position on the grid. Third position during this lap, but now they have a fish unfortunately fell into sixth position. So Kalandelsi looks behind. Jun Karato is right there. Jun Karato will try to sneak it up the inside. Kalandelsi's got the defense moves. Jun Karato is quite aggressive on the attack as well. So we will have to see how Jun Karato makes his move on Kalandelsi. There was previous drama into this corner for the mini drivers, but let's see if the youngsters in the micros can make this work. Micros and mini carts are called cadet carts. They are for the ages around 8 to 12 years old, and Jun Karato goes down the inside. Jun Karato goes down the inside and gets it done on Kalandelsi. Jun Karato sneaks it up into second position. Kalandelsi looks back, tries to plan an attack on Jun Karato again. Kalandelsi close enough to throw something up the inside, not quite yet. Kalandelsi will have to fall behind, reorganize, regroup, and replan for another move for second position. But Chinapat Vechabuti already out in front. And Jun Karato is not waiting on Kalandelsi to plan a move on him. He is ready to move forward and move into Chinapat Ventubuti. He will have 8 laps to do so. Kalandelsi will have 8 laps. Now 7 laps to do so to catch up to Chinapat Ventubuti. This lap, their gap was 1.0 seconds. As the laps progress, we will have to see change. Djibouti still leading this race by 1 second. So here we go. Kalandelsi still pressuring on Jun Karato. And Jun Karato doing everything he can to keep Kalandelsi behind. Kalandelsi is still behind on Jun Karato, gives him a little bit of a bump. Kalandelsi has a drag race and they bang wheels. Jun Karato bangs wheels with Kalandelsi. Kalandelsi does not give up. He tries to sneak one up the inside. He goes over the curbs. This gives Tan Touch way into the Mickey Mouse, and Tan Touch is gonna move into 3rd position. Beautiful move from Tan Touch to move into 3rd position, but the number 35 of Kalandelsi goes on top of Tan Touch. Really showcasing kart racing, how close you have to be competitive. The smallest mistakes can really cost you a lot of positions. Kalandelsi is not happy, but we now will see him on the move and on the hunt with 5 laps to go in this race. So as Chinapat Ventubuti goes around, there will be 5 laps left. We'll definitely get to see Kalandelsi retrace for the podium positions. Sinichach Ombang now finds the driver's way into 3rd position. And Tan Touch has to fall into 4th. Great effort from Tan Touch to move ahead of Kalandelsi. Still in the battle for 2nd place now, and behind Tan Touch, Sarang, Sidovic, and Kalandelsi fight for 4th position. So this was the replay. Kalandelsi just gets a little too close to Tan Touch's rear wheel, and he just gets caught by the open wheel nature of the kart, and he loses the ability to steer, just runs a little too wide. So unfortunately, a little mistake from Kalandelsi, but it does cost him a lot of time, and now there's action happening. Kalandelsi again into the Mickey Mouse, tries to go around the outside of Kalandelsi, goes to the Tapak, but that will not work. Kalandelsi settled back for 7th position. Happening in the middle pack, and it allows Tan Touch to move. And here we go. Sarang tries to go on the inside, and Sinichach takes a look down the inside. Jun Karato covers him off. Jun Karato still in front of Sinichach. Sarang still holding on for 5th position from Sedovic, Kalandelsi, and Sinitapat. Sarang points ahead. They want to work together, and Kalandelsi gets sideways on the braking point, tries to get on the inside of Sedovic. Kalandelsi needs to move ahead. Sarang goes defensive into the 100-hour. Still defensive on Tan Touch. Sarang still defensive on Sedovic. Sinichach Ongbang Noi really has to speed up to catch Jun Karato. So 2 laps to go now, and there's a big crowd cheering for the drivers in the micro category. 2 laps remain for these drivers. Jun Karato still able to defend from Siddharth Ongbangnoy. Just trying everything he can to get down the inside, and will he sneak one off the inside? No, he will not. Jun Karato goes defensive one more time into the right U-turn. To the left, Jun Karato tries to go defensive. Siddharth Ongbangnoy is going to try for the switcheroo, has more speed. He has to stay behind Jun Karato for now. Siddharth not having what it takes just yet to overtake. And that's the final lap. Siddharth takes a look down the inside. And there's contact between the 2 drivers, and Siddharth is not happy with what has happened. Jun Karato still ahead of Siddharth, however. This is the fight for the 2nd place positioning. Here we go, final lap for these drivers. Less than 4 corners separate Chinapat Vejabuti from victory. Jun Karato still on defense from Siddharth, and this is the final lap. Siddharth has to give it everything. This is his final chance to get up to 2nd position before the end of this race. Chinapat Vejabuti, clean sweep from the young man to win the MicroMax and Micro Rookie final. It will be Chinapat Vejabuti who wins. And there's a drag race to the finish line. And Jun Karato takes it by 1/100th of a second from Siddharth. And great sportsmanship between Siddharth and Thantach. So amazing racing from these youngsters. So as this remains, these youngsters have shown extreme capabilities for some intense and fair racing. But your top 5 will be Chinapat Vejabuti, who takes the win with a 4.8 second gap from Jun Karato, followed by Siddharth Ongbangnoy, Thantach in 4th position, and Nutsarang in 5th. Okay, so now we will go into the highlights for the MicroMax and Micro Rookie final. สัมภาษณ์ตรงไหนครับ
ที่สัมภาษณ์ตรงแบงค์
แต่ว่าพี่ต้องเรียกนะครับ
ตามคนอยู่กันเร็ว
MicroMax and Micro Rookie สำหรับการชนะวันนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างครับรู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
รู้สึกดีครับแล้วก็สนามนี้ยากมากเลยครับ
ก่อนเพราะว่าเราบอกว่าสนามนี้มันยากใช่ไหมเราทำยังไงเพื่อจะเตรียมตัวสำหรับการแข่งขันรอบนี้บ้างครับ
ก็ฝึกเยอะๆครับแล้วก็หาเซตติ้งรถนานมากครับ
นี่คือสูตรในการชนะของน้องเขานะครับ This is the way to win for Chinapat Vetchabuti and a big congratulations for him for the MicroMax and Micro Rookie. Okay. I will see you guys up there for the next race for the MiniMax and Mini Rookie. เก่งมากเก่งมากยินดีด้วยครับ
ยินดีด้วยลูก
เดี๋ยวเดี๋ยวถ้าจบที่หนึ่งรบกวนเดี๋ยวพาน้องไปสัมภาษณ์หน่อยนะครับขอบคุณครับสู้แขนเจ็บด้วยเดี๋ยวถ้าจบที่หนึ่งฝากพาน้องไปสัมภาษณ์ที่แบนเนอร์หน่อยนะครับ
ครับได้ครับ
พี่วันสวัสดีครับเดี๋ยวถ้าจบที่หนึ่งเดี๋ยวพี่ขอสัมภาษณ์หน่อยนะถ้าจบที่หนึ่งนะโอเคไหมสู้ๆมาเร็วถ่ายรูปหน่อยAnd we are now getting ready for the MiniMax and Mini Rookie final race. So the big one of this heat. And on pole position, Tanarat Vetchabuti. And he will be looking to perform the same thing as his little brother Chinapat Vetchabuti, winning the race. Second place, Patapol Galgan Janaset. Washed in a giving us a big confident thumbs up and a wave. And in third position, the number 119, Chaikon Meinakaneth. He's getting support from his teammates. And in fourth position, the number 105, Papasaton. In fifth position, Prin Vodkapon. And in sixth position is Pirapongpan Sutamno. And in seventh position, Palatan Jalpong. Followed by Natawat Sutamno. In eighth position on the grid. Ninth position on the grid is Kanpong Shodratanakan in the number 115 cart. And in 10th position, the number 103 of Kitinantapat. Here we go. And in the 11th position, Kitinantapach Ketsuwan. And in 12th position, Chris Kasamsap. Finish out your 12 cart grid in the MiniMax and Mini Rookie final. Are about to be underway. So here we go. Tarat Vetchabuti, the new kid on the block, the new kid in the MiniMax and Mini Rookie category. Extremely capable driver. You will not able to be counted out. Patapol, Gal Ganjanaset, Chayakon, Minakanith, Papasaton, Silapa Banleng, or Pin Vonkapon. And also Pirapongpan Sutamano in sixth position. So a lot of interesting drivers in this category that are able to perform. And we will find out in about 15 seconds who will come out on top in the biggest race of this round. So engines are roaring. And the carts are underway for the final time this event. In the first row, you have Tararat Djibouti, followed by Patapol Galgan Janaset. In the second row, Chaikon Minakanith, followed by Papasatorn. In the third row, Prin Vunkapon, followed by Pirapongpan Sutamano. In the fourth row, Palat Tanchapong, followed by Natuat Sutamno. In the fifth row, Kanpong, followed by Kitinantapat. And in the sixth and final row, Sirapach, followed by Chris Kasemsap. So that builds your 12 drivers on grid. So Tararat Djibouti leading the train. And let's see if he can make this happen. The new kid on the block, Tararat Djibouti for the MiniMax and Mini Rookie. Will he be able to make this happen? You can already feel the excitement from the drivers, from the viewers, from the mechanics, from the parents. And in about 20 seconds, the race will be underway. So the red lights on top of your screen, once they go out, we will go racing. The drivers are required to go in a 2x2 formation. And for the final time for these MiniMax and Mini Rookie drivers, it's the big one on Sunday. It's the final race. Whatever they've got to put it on the table now. And it's lights out and we're on our way. Tararat Djibouti is able to get into first position. He's able to secure that. But is he going to? Patapol Galgan Janaset tries to go around the outside. He squeezes and squeezes Tararat Djibouti. Patapol Galgan Janaset goes into first position. Beautifully done from the young driver to get into first position, showing the experience he's got in this category. But we find they're still jostling for positions. In front, Patapol Galgan Janaset leading the pack from Tararat Djibouti. In third position, Chaigon Mina Kenneth. And Patapol Galgan Janaset instantly going defensive from Tararat Djibouti. He needs to put Tararat Djibouti back into the field if he wants any chance of leading and checking out of this race. But Tararat Djibouti already side by side in the front straight. Who will win in the first corner? Tararat Djibouti gets it back, goes down the inside. Tararat Djibouti able to claim back his first position. And as they crossed the finish line last time, their gap was 0.035, so 35 thousandths of a second between Patapol and Tararat Djibouti. And Tararat Djibouti, the new kid on the block, able to perform, putting his cart back in the front. So Pirapongpan Sutamno moving his way into fifth position. And Chaikon Mina Kenneth still in third position, being pressured on by Prin Vunkapon. And Pirapongpan, Chris Kasemsap, Chelsea Ganpong, let's move forward. And so far with 12 laps to go in this race, Tararat Djibouti builds himself a breathing room's worth of a gap. And Pirapongpan Sutamno gets down the inside. Pirapongpan Sutamno down the inside of Prin Vunkapon, and he moves forward and his positioning on the track. Vunkapon in fourth position now. Next target he's got is Chaikon Minikanet. Chaikon Minikanet, another new driver in the MiniMax and Mini Rookie category. And he finds himself in the podium position. needs to overtake Nutsurang. And Papasaton goes off into the grass and he's losing positions. Dumnos has to file behind Papasaton, but it won't be long before Nutsurang. Dumno has a look down the inside. He's not able to commit just yet. So Papasaton keeping a position in front of Natsuat Sutamino for now. Vechibuti still in front of Papasaton, Kyaokanchanaset, and now Pirapongpan is right on the bumper of Chayakon Mina Kenneth. And Pirapongpan trying anything he can to get into third position, because the first two have already pulled quite a big margin of a gap. Pirapongpan needs to overtake Chayakon before thinking of anything else. Pirapongpan almost touches Chayakon's rear bumper. Pirapongpan trying to settle down a move, trying to plan a move, trying to set up a move on Chayakon Mina Kenneth. So far, Pirapongpan needs to move up into the podium positions to give his dreams of going to the grand finals alive. Pirapongpan is trying anything he can to make it work in the final. Djibouti in first position behind Patapol Kyaokanchanaset. In second place, Patapol Kyaokanchanaset, third position, Chayakon, and now Pirapongpan Sutamno has a look down the inside. Chayakon was not expecting that. Pirapongpan puts his radio cover up. Now 9 laps left. Pirapongpan has taken third position from Chayakon Mina Kenneth. Chayakon Mina Kenneth already looking behind. Prinphon Kapon closely following behind. Prinphon Kapon, as we saw in previous races, sort of hesitant on the overtaking. Let's see if he can make anything work in the final here. Pirapongpan, after overtaking, holding a huge margin. So Pirapongpan already pulling a huge margin of a gap from Chayakon Mina Kenneth. And the fastest man on track right now is, of course, Tanarat Vechibuti, 55.7. Pirapongpan 56.1. So he will only be able to lead this gap. And Patapol Kyaokanchanaset in second is still faster than Pirapongpan in third. But again, this is a long race and anything can happen. Pirapongpan definitely is not giving up. And somebody goes off track. And into the grass is the number 105 of Papasaton, Sila Banleng. And he is not happy with what has happened. I'd like to get a replay on what happened to Papasaton, why he just went off into the grass there. So back to the action. Pirapongpan still being closely followed behind by Chayakon Mina Kenneth, not able to pull a big gap or a big margin. But this was the replay of what happened. So Papasaton just goes deep into the inside and his bumper just gets caught into his front wheel. And there's not much that he could have done at that point in time. So that would be over for Papasaton's race, unfortunately. So this is still the battle for third place. Pirapongpan recently took Chayakon's third position and he will be wanting that back. Chayakon takes a look at his mechanic. Chayakon is still trying anything everything he can to catch up to Pirapongpan Sutamno. But you can also never count out Pirapongpan, who is slowly creeping behind. This definitely puts Chaiko Minakin in a difficult position. You can either choose to really chase down Pirapongpan Sutamno, but he would also risk losing positioning to Pirapongpan. So it will have to be a hard decision from Chaiko Minakin, but it just seems like Patapongkao Ganjanaset is starting to close in on Tanarat Vetchabuti. Last lap, Patapongkao Ganjanaset was 2,000ths of a second faster than Tanarat Vetchabuti. And Patapongkao Ganjanaset is the fastest man on track. Tanarat Vetchabuti slowly getting reeled in little by little by Patapongkao Ganjanaset. But Tanarat Vetchabuti is still a great job from the young driver. Patapo is hunting him down. Patapo is definitely hunting Tanarat Vetchabuti down now. And it seems just like Patapo has that little bit more left in him. As we gap check this time around, Patapo comes in one more step closer to Tanarat Vetchabuti. Patapo has a chance to win this race with 4 laps left in MiniMax final. Little mistake there from Tanarat Vetchabuti, went over the curbs. And I know Patapo now feels great about his race pace because he is slowly closing in visually from Tanarat Vetchabuti. Let's do a gap check after this lap. Last lap around Tanarat Vetchabuti and Patapongkao Ganjanaset, 0.266. And Patapongkao Ganjanaset slowly reeling in the gap. And he has 3 and a few corners left to make something happen here. And let's check the gap this time around. 0.243. Patapongkao Ganjanaset reeling it even closer to Tanarat Vetchabuti. Patapongkao Ganjanaset, can he spoil the party for Tanarat Vetchabuti, the new kid on the block? Patapongkao Ganjanaset really needs to give it everything he's got. Vetchabuti. But here we go. 3 laps left for Patapongkao Ganjanaset. Pirapongpan Sutamno pulling a gap now from Chaiko Minakin. He's able to find pace in that Singha cut. But let's do a gap check this time around. It is now 0.17. Patapongkao Ganjanaset is definitely closing in, and Tanarat Vetchabuti knows it. He can hear Patapo's engine. Tanarat Vetchabuti takes a look behind. Patapongkao Ganjanaset right there on the rear bumper now. Patapo has found pace out of nowhere. Patapo just has that little bit more left in him in this final race. We weren't expecting him to be the one taking possibly the win in the final. So here we go, 2 laps left. Patapongkao Ganjanaset and Tanarat Vetchabuti. So here we go, 1 lap left. Patapongkao Ganjanaset losing a little bit of a gap now to Tanarat Vetchabuti. This will be his final chance of this weekend to take the win from Tanarat. Vetchabuti try to spoil the party for Tanarat. to Patapolgal Ganjanaset. Still not close enough to make anything happen. With one corner left as Tanarat Vechibuti clips the left curb, throws it into the right for the final time this weekend. Tanarat Vechibuti is your MiniMax and Mini Rookie final winner, followed by Patapolgal Ganjanaset, Piropangpan Satamno in third position, Chaikwa Minakaneth in fourth, Prin Vonkapon finishes in fifth position, sixth position is Palat Tanchapong, seventh position Natwat Satamno, eighth position Danpo, ninth position Kiskasamsup, 10th position Sidapach, in 11th position Kitsin Antapat, and in 12th position, and our DNF unfortunately is Papasatorn.
เข้าไฮไลท์ครับ
Okay. And then now we will go into the highlights for the MiniMax and Mini Rookie final. So that was the MiniMax and Mini Rookie race. And it was most definitely interesting when Tanarat Vechibuti got overtaken in the first lap. And in the end there, Patapolgal Ganjanaset was so close to overtaking Tanarat Vechibuti. But in the end, the new kid on the block, Tanarat Vechibuti, was able to secure the win for the MiniMax and Mini Rookie final. We will wait for him as he walks towards the interviewing section of the grid. So there he is. This is the young man. ใส่ชุดหน่อยไหมใส่ชุดไหม
ไปไหนไม่ได้นักแข่งเขาแต่งตัวอยู่
So this was Tanarat Vechibuti ยินดีด้วยครับกับการแข่งครั้งนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับตอนที่แข่ง
ดีใจครับ
ใช่ครับรู้ไหมว่าตอนสุดท้ายเนี่ยพัทพลเนี่ยเริ่มขยับเข้ามาใกล้เข้ามาหาแล้ว
ไม่รู้
ไม่รู้หรอครับตอนแรกเนี่ยพัทพลเนี่ยขยับเข้ามาใกล้มากๆแล้วเราจะไม่ได้ปกติเราจะได้ยินเสียงเครื่องไหมไม่ได้ยิน
ได้
ใช่ไหม
ยินแต่เสียงเครื่องตัวเอง
ได้ยินแต่เสียงเครื่องตัวเองแล้ว ก็คือเราก็แค่วิ่งไปเรื่อยๆเลยใช่ไหม
ใช่
สำหรับสนามนี้เรารู้สึกมั่นใจในการแข่งมากแค่ไหนแบบเข้าใจว่าแบบชนะ แต่รู้สึกว่าแบบเรามั่นใจมากไหมในการแข่งครั้งนี้
มั่นใจมากครับ
มั่นใจมากเนาะแล้วเพราะอะไรเราถึงมั่นใจขนาดนี้
ซ้อมเยอะครับ
ซ้อมเยอะใช่ไหมการแข่งขันเนี่ยเราต้องมีการซ้อมเราถึงจะเก่งถูกไหม
ใช่ครับ
แล้วตอนแรกที่เรามาขับนี่คือเราเก่งเลยไหมหรือว่าเราต้องยังไงบ้าง
เราต้องซ้อมก่อน
แล้วเราก็ลองหลายๆอย่างเนาะโอเคยินดีด้วยกับการแข่งครั้งนี้เนาะแล้วก็น้องเป็นคนที่เก่งมากแล้วก็มีศักยภาพสูงมากๆยินดีด้วยครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
Okay, so that was the interview for the MiniMax and Mini Rookie race. Now we will move on to the juniors and the junior rookies. On Sunday. So this is your 13 cart grid. This is the grid. This is the 13 cart grid for the Junior Max and Junior Rookie final. This is the kickoff. So in your front row, you have the dominator, Panu Stian Mankong, on pole position. This is followed. Right next to him will be Tas Muang Siri. This is Tas Muang Siri. And then in third position on the grid, Nawin Dase. And he's getting support from Panyakon Aram Rasami. Right next to him is the number 264 of Pumsit Klomajong. This is Naro M. Japanya. And in 6th position, Tanachas Lomwong. Followed by Watchirawit in the number 266 CRG cart. Right next to him is the number 233 of Chisanapong. He gives us an extremely friendly wave. And the number 275 of Pan Saksem Songchai. And then this is the number 212 of Mikhail Rangsiman Pirainen. Followed by Kantapat Naren Saksanti. And this is the number 239 of Setawut Tanti Vetrical. And in the final cut on the grid is Burnett Sam, closing out your 13-car grid. วันนี้ไม่มีชนหนักเลยเนาะ
เบาไอ้หนูไปนั่งไหม
So here we go. One of the most competitive categories in this championship. And kart racing is the purest form of motorsport with the most equal machinery and the most reliant on driver skill. But here we go. This is Panusten Mankong. The driver starting on first position on the grid. So here we go, 5 minutes left before the start of the Junior Max and Junior Rookie Final. And just how hot it is on track right now. You can see the amount of umbrellas out on track today. But we really do appreciate the amount of efforts every team member, every parent, every driver, every mechanic puts towards this championship. It really does make this championship one of the best. Definitely one of the best in Thailand or even Asia. So here we go. This race will start at local time, 2:58 p.m., 4 minutes before the start time. They are given time to stay with themselves before the start of the most important race of this weekend. So here we go. "15 seconds before the start of the formation lap. And you can already see the sun glaring from the number 264 Phumsik Glomajong's visor. Sun is striking hot today, and that's why the drivers have a tinted shield to protect their eyesight from the hot sun. So there we go, row number 1, Panustian Mankong, followed by Tasman Siri. Second row, Nawin Dase and Phumsik Glomajong. In the third row, Nado Imchipanya, followed by Tanatas Lomwong. The fourth row, Wachirawit Chai Prasit, followed by Chisanapong. In the fifth row, Pan Sakserm Chai, followed by Mikhail Rangsaman Parainen. In the sixth row, Kantapat Narin Suksanti, followed by Satawut Tanti Vetrical. In the seventh row is Sam Burnett. That closes out all 13 carts in this field. พี่ครับแก้รูปในแถว3หน่อยตอนที่ขึ้นมาในนี้แถว3มันกลายเป็นรูปของน้องเดย์คนเดียวสองคนเลยครับแก้รูปให้หน่อย So here we go, the formation for the Junior Max and Junior Rookie is underway. So here we go. 13 drivers, 20 laps for this one. So the minis were given 14 laps, but this big category is given 20 laps of action. The one leading your 13 cart train will be Panustian Mankong in the orange cart with the yellow helmet. So here we go. The lights are out and we're out the way and racing. Panustian Mankong moves all the way to the outside of the track. And there's big contact already. 3 drivers go off. And Chisanapong and Wachirawit are the byproducts of that contact. And now Windase is fortunately safely out of the cart. But in front is Panustian Mankong, followed by Tasmung Siri and Phumsik Glomajong. In 4th position is Pan Saksum Songchai, someone we've never seen so far up the grid. So Pan has definitely had an advantage from the first lap, and he makes his way to 4th position on the grid. And here's the replay of what happened. Just chaos and banging wheels, and unfortunately the 3 guys were the ones stuck in contact because of that. We are back into the action. Tasmung Siri and Phumsik Glomajong are still fighting for 2nd position. Panustian Mankong is already checked out of the race. So Panustian Mankong has a comfortable 1 second lead already. Tasmung Siri and Phumsik Glomajong still able to keep their cool in the first lap, but Phumsik Glomajong will be looking to overtake Tasmung Siri. Really needs to keep Phumsik behind now as he checks behind to see where Phumsik is. Phumsik every time Tasmung Siri looks behind, it's always Phumsik still there. That's Phumsik Glomajong. Still behind Tasman Siri. And there's not much opportunities to overtake just like for Phumsit Klomajong, but he's right there behind Tasman Siri's rear bumper. Tasman Siri knows every time he looks back there's a bright yellow Singha card of Phumsit. He's not looking back anymore. He's trying to push ahead, trying to create a breathable gap between the two drivers. Phumsit not giving up on the chase anytime soon. This is a long race, ladies and gentlemen, 20 laps. Phumsit Klomajong deploying that human DRS. Tap on the brakes coming into the left-hander. Another M. Chipanya still fighting with Thanatas Lombawong for P4. So Thanatas and Nado fighting for P4. Tasman Siri and Phumsit fighting for P2. Tasman Siri looks behind. Phumsit is still there. I would imagine every time you look back, see a bright and yellow card of Phumsit right behind. He's got at least feel for Tasman Siri. He's going to be trying anything he can right now to create a breathable gap between the two drivers. With the increased heat, a little bit of a mistake could really overheat your tires in the hot weather of Thailand. Thanatas is still doing a great job of creating a gap between the two. And so far, your fastest man on track is Panu Stenmankong, 53.476. He is 3 seconds faster than Tasman Siri and Phumsit Klomajong. Tasman Siri looks behind and Phumsit is slowly, little by little, falling behind now. Phumsit's gap with Tasman Siri does move in and out within laps. So here we go. First quarter of the race is now done. And Phumsit Klomajong still right on the bumper of Tasman Siri. Tasman Siri looks behind and Phumsit is still there. Phumsit's been there for the past 6 laps. He just needs to manage his tires. He needs to stay far enough ahead of Phumsit to make sure he doesn't get overtaken. He doesn't want to overwork those tires just quite yet. There's 14 laps left in this long race. Panu Stenmankong has already checked out of the race. He is gone. Tasman Siri and Phumsit Klomajong still trying to reposition themselves on track. Tasman Siri not allowing Phumsit to come any closer. Tasman Siri looks back and now Phumsit is right on the bumper of Munsiri. Every time he looks back, Phumsit does get closer and closer and closer. Munsiri takes a look behind again now. Tasman Siri knows Phumsit is going to try something. Tas tries to go for a little bit of a defense move. And the driver trying anything he can right now. To keep Phumsit behind. So here we go, Tasman Siri still looking back. He goes defensive now into the final corner. He knows Phumsit is there. He knows he needs to defend. And all this defending will increase Tasman Siri's tire temperatures. But Phumsit really needs to overtake soon. Because staying with hot air will also overwork and overheat Pumsit's tires. Have to make a move on Tasmung Siri. Tasmung Siri goes slightly defensive into every corner. Tasmung Siri just going a little tight on exit. Putting half a cart length, half a wheel more on the inside to make sure Pumsit does not get the chance to take a look. But Pumsit Klomajong still relatively calm. He knows and he understands this is a long race. He really needs to manage his tires as well. So the gap this time around is around 0.2 from Pumsit and Tasmung Siri. Tasmung Siri looks back this time and Pumsit is a little bit further ahead. Tasmung Siri does everything he can to make sure Pumsit keeps this gap. Pumsit, of course, getting a little closer. He's always been quite a hesitant driver for dive bombs and trying to look down the inside. He's really got to commit now if he wants to make this work. As the laps wind down, Panu increases his margin of lead by 5.294. So Panu is just checked out of this race. He's in his own practice session at this point. But Tasmung Siri, well, that's a different story. Tasmung Siri is still pressured from Pumsit Klomajong. Tasmung Siri tap on the brakes into the right U-turn, throw the car into the left. This is the fight for P4 that's still going on between Tanatas. Pumsit has a look down the inside. He does not decide to commit just yet. But there are 10 laps left in this race. And this is the leader, Panustien Mankong, pulling a 6-second gap now. And he is chilled out in this race in his own world. Panustien Mankong not even having to worry about looking behind. He is running the perfect lap. Fastest lap was 53.1. And that is 6/10 faster than P2's pace. So it's not surprising why Panustien Mankong can pull such a big gap from the rest of the guys in this field. But Tasmung Siri still in pressure from Pumsit Klomajong. Both the drivers first year in the junior class, and Pumsit is nodding his head as he drives across the pit lane. I think he knows that his father is signaling something to Pumsit Klomajong. I don't think Pumsit Klomajong is in any of a hurry to send it down the inside, because there are 8 laps left in this race. But Tasmung Siri is starting to pull a bigger gap from Pumsit Klomajong as we speak. And Tasmung Siri knows and if he can keep this gap going, Tasmung Siri will be able to secure second place. Into Panda. Still not close enough to give Tanatas a try. But Tanatas keep doing a great job to keep Nadal Intipani behind. And there are 7 laps still left in this, so this is an incredibly long race. The drivers really have to stay fit in the hot weather of Thailand. They're in their helmets, they're almost in their saunas. With this much laps going on in the race, and this is a 20-minute long race. And Phumsik Lomachong is now on the rear bumper of Tasberg Siri. He tries to take a look down the inside. That's the first time we've seen Phumsik decide to commit to something. But it won't be enough, and he needs to pick a bolder move to make this work. Phumsik Lomachong and Tasberg Siri. Phumsik Lomachong still needs to be more committed if he really wants to go for a move. And then again, Panustian Mankong, an incredibly large gap over the rest of the field. How do you even pull 7 seconds in a kart race? That is incredibly. Oh, here we go. Phumsik giving now a shove to Tasberg Siri. And he goes for the switcheroo, coming in to the exit of the Mickey Mouse. Coming to the 100R. Phumsik still behind Tasberg Siri. 5 laps to go. Phumsik starting to get a little impatient now, starting to knock on Tasberg Siri's door. He's right there. And Phumsik's gonna have a look down the inside. He's gonna commit to the move down the inside, and he takes second place. Phumsik takes second place from Tasberg Siri. With 4 laps to go in this race, Phumsik takes second place away from Tasberg Siri, and right away he's starting to pull a gap. Will soon be answered whether or not Phumsik went too fast on the overtake. Tasberg Siri needs to be on the offense now. He wants to take back second place. Beautifully done there for the young man to go into second place. Phumsik Lomachong already pulling at least a 10-cart gap, and behind Nado Imchipanya, still behind Tanatas, right behind. Still a waiting game. Who will make the first mistake? This is still the leader, Panustian Mankong. We could barely see him anymore. And he's on a different sector of the track when compared to the second place driver already. So Panustian Mankong incredibly fast. And he will most definitely clean sweep this race as it stands. Start to reel in Tanatas little by little. Tanatas number 1. Starting to be reeled in by the bright golden cart of Nado Imchipanya. This is still the leader of the race, Panustian Mankong, the number 202 CRG cart in his final lap. And Panustian Mankong in second place. Third place will be Tasberg Siri, and behind Tanatas Lomwong is still being chased down by Nado Imchipanya for the last 20 minutes. Nado Imchipanya is closer than ever now. Will he be able to snatch 4th position away from Tanatas Lomwong? Here we go, final lap, final chance for them to have their battle, but this is Panustian Mankong. And he is in his own dimension. He is in his own world. He is the dominator for the junior category. Panu Stianmankong dominates the final for junior category. We will have to wait quite a few seconds before there we go. Pumsik Kilomajong class is the finish line in second place. Third place, Tas Mung Siri. Fourth place, Anatas Lombong. Fifth place, Nado Mchipanya. And sixth place, Pansa. And in 10th position, Wachirawit. So this is your result for the Junior Max and Max Rookie. Junior Max and Junior Rookie. Now we will go into the highlights for the junior race. By Panu Stianmankong, and it was a clean sweep by you. How are you able to dominate such a competitive field?
Practice a lot.
Practice a lot. Is it what goes into a normal practice session for you normally?
Try to push yourself to the limit, like find where it's wrong and everything.
Yeah, and I think, do you think the build up towards the final is extremely important?
Yes. If you get too nervous, you might make mistakes on the start.
Yeah, and he's always been dominating the junior grid, and this year he's really shown what he's capable of, and it's extraordinary to see how far you've came. And I think it's extremely, extremely important to have practice in this sport, and it's something that I think everybody, from what I've been interviewing, has said so far. So, between last year and this year, what are the big improvements you've made in their driving style that can really make a big difference?
I'm getting less nervous than last year.
A lot more calm before the race, huh? I can see you sometimes, standing in front of the cart, still chill, talking to your mechanic, right? So I think that's a great thing. Great job, so much. Thank you so much, Panu, and a big congratulations on your win. Okay, so that was it for the winners interview for the juniors. Next up, we will have the senior Max and Max Masters. Congrats, dude.
Thanks.
Great thing to hear from a winner's perspective for the junior category. And next up is the senior category final. And we love to see all the drivers extremely friendly and engaged with each other as they wait for the senior race to cheer on their teammates. And a trend that I see with all drivers, and I think it's for several sports, not even motorsports, is practice really does make a difference in what you do. So a little bit before the start of the race now, the final of the Senior Max and Max Masters, 22 laps, and it will start at 3:33 local time. So 20 minutes from now is the start of the biggest gridded race of the championship. And now we start to see the carts roll into the grid for preparation in the race. So in the super heats, we saw Toby Gale take first place in an incredible maneuver in the start. We'll get to see what happens in this final heat. So here we go, the cards are now rolled in for the start of their sessions. But the drivers are most definitely still in the shade as we wait for the starts of the Senior Max and Max Masters. And Toby and Austin Gale still down there. Just enjoying that day before the start of the race. Oh, they're starting to swear at me at this point. So still relatively chill start before the final. Austin Gale and Toby Gale definitely chatting about the race start. There are several drivers here on to share their teammates, which you don't very see often anywhere else. So I think that's a great thing in Asia when compared to European karting. Everybody is extremely serious. Even though Asian karting is very competitive, we do have that more friendly aspect to a race weekend.
So here we go. And now all the supporters and all the drivers are rolling into the grid. So a few minutes left before the starts of the MiniMax and Max Masters finals. And again, this race, 22 laps. So the longest one of this race. So here we go, the grid camera is now on, and we see the Gale family taking photo in front of Austin Gale's kart before the start of their race. So here we go, the MiniMax and Max Master finals. It's about to be on their way. And this is Austin Gale, and who was that? Austin. Hello, Toby Gale. And next to him is Austin Gale, the two brothers. Right before the start of their race. And in third position, we have Panyagon Aram Rasami. And he is still talking to the coach and owner of WK Motorsports, Warawong. And this is the fourth position, Siri Kong Siri. Have a quick group photo before the start of their race. This is Clifford Ganjanapas getting ready to race on track. And this is now when Najipanon being cheered on by Pirupangpan Sutamano and Pumsit Glomajong. And so right next to him is Warapong Imwichan. This is Ratrat Anantakan. Right next to him is the number 345 of Zachary Boyce. And he is coached by Next Kart Racing. Right next to him is the number 324 of Jenny Bibinet, coached by Nong Ta. And this is the number 321 of Nishimura Sutomu. And right next to him on the 12th position on the grid, Shane Tanapob. And right behind is the number 311 of Pat Santichit Rung Rung. And this is the number 944 of Virasak Aimwichan, and I think related to Warapong. The number 355 of Zain Tan, who yesterday had an amazing start on the qualifying heat number 1, but unfortunately got penalized. And this is the number 351 of Nitan. Right next to him is Paco Miguel Sarmiento. And then this is the number 368 of Pornpot Tiarasitit. And then this is Tam Yuk Ho. The last one completing the grid will be James Cheng, and the number 317. So that's all of your driver lineups for the Junior Max and Max Masters final. I love to see how our athletes are relatively chill. When we did talk to Panustian Mankong, he did say, the less nervous you are, the less mistakes you do out on track as well. And so now all supporters are moving out of the pre-grid, leaving only the mechanics and the drivers left. Boshio. The 1 minute board just came up before the start, and now you can sort to see the mood change as the drivers start to ready up for their final race of this weekend. So here we go, in the front row, the two Gale brothers out in front. So in the front row, Toby Gale and Austin Gale, the two Gale brothers out in front. In the second row, Panyagona Ramrasani, followed by Siri Kongsiri. And in the third row, Clifford Ganjanapas, followed by Nawin Natipanon. And in the fourth row, Warapong Embuchan, followed by Ratcharat Anantakan. And in the 5th row, Zachary Boyce, followed by Jenny Bibinet. And in the 6th row, Nishimura Sotomu, followed by Chain Tanapov. And the 7th row, Pat Santijit Runrung, followed by Virasak. And in the 8th row, Zain Tan, followed by Nithan. In the 9th row, Paco Miguel Sarmento, followed by Pornpot Giarasatit. In the 10th row, Tam Yuk Ho, ending with James Cheng. So that is your 20 cart grid for the final. This is the last time the biggest grid of this weekend will go on track. So here we go. Toby Gale leading the train. Austin Gale right beside him, and behind Panyagon Aram Rasami. Here we go. They roll into the tram lines and the lights are out and away we go. Panyagon Aram Rasami is boxed in by the two Gale brothers. And Toby Gale and Austin Gale is able to move into first and second positioning. Panyagon Aram Rasami in 3rd position. Siri Kosri tries to go around the outside. Panyagon Aram Rasami giving him a little shove, and there's a little turn behind. Little small contact behind into the Mickey Mouse. No drivers out of the race just yet. It was the 944 of Virasak. But out in front, it's Toby Gale, followed by Austin Gale. 3rd position will be Panyagon Aram Rasami. 4th position is about to change as Clifford Ganjanapa sends it up the inside of Siri Kong Siri. The 4th position is taken by Clifford Ganjanapas, and in 5th position, Siri Kong Siri. 6th position will be Nawin Naksipanon. And in 7th position, Rachrat Alantakan. Right behind him is Warapong. Rachrat tries to go defensive, coming into with the Mickey Mouse. Warapong still has to hang back. Right behind them has been a little bit of contact, but out in front it is still the same positioning. And Toby Gale right away starts to make a gap from Austin Gale. And Toby Gale is able to create 2/10 of a gap in that last lap. So it's either Toby Gale got more race pace or Austin Gale for warming up to the final. Ramasmi still following closely behind. And Clifford Ganjanapas followed by Siri Kong Siri. So 2 laps have passed so far. Toby Gale is first year in the senior category in this championship and already showcasing his race pace. And Toby Gale definitely one of the fastest drivers in this category out in front. Will he be able to stay out in front is a matter of time before we know. Fight for P6 between Nawin Naksipanon, Rachrat Anantagan, Warapong, Jenny Bibinet, and Zachary Boyce closing the chain of carts. It's a really interesting start to this one so far. Three laps have passed. The drivers are still, again, playing that game of waiting as everybody is so close to each other. The lap times are a few tenths separate lap times. So it will really have to be a game of waiting before the action unfolds.
and Toby Gale is able to keep on pulling a gap from Austin Gale. Panyakon Aramasami closely following behind. Still a game of waiting before the action unfolds, and as Toby Gale leads Austin Gale, he will definitely have the bragging rights at home between the two Gale brothers. But there we go, now we start to see the cart chain appear. And number 359 of Nawin is still being pressured on by Ratcharat Anantakan. And then number 395. Nawin Tipanon, still giving it everything he's got. Do a quick gap check between Toby and Austin Gale, and between Austin Gale and Panyakon Aramrasami. So the gap last time was 0.533, now it's 0.577. That's the gap between Austin Gale and Panyakon is relatively similar to the last lap. Ratcharat Anantakan moves his way forward into 6th position. He's still lacking some race pace to keep up with Siri Kongsiri out in front. Now with Natipanon, it's still being pressured on now. By Waterpong, Jenny Bibinet and Zachary Boyce. So the chain of cards have started splitting. And all the cards are of course running such similar lap times. 359 of now in Natipanon, still leading the chain of cards. Waterpong still closely following behind. Toby Gale out in front, not able to move further away from Austin Gale. The last time was a 0.577, this time was a 0.572, this lap will be 0.577. So Toby Gale just 0.005 of a second faster than Austin Gale. Toby Gale and Austin Gale and Panyakon Aramrasami, all their gaps have started to stabilize. Waiting on mistakes. A mismatch of consistency. This is an extremely long race. The junior race was 20 laps. This one was 22 laps. One of the most physically challenging categories. The grippiest tires. The most powerful engines. And the longest race distances. Toby Gale starting to pull away again from Austin Gale. Just 1/10 faster, but Panyakon Aramrasami, last lap time was 1/10. Still faster than Austin Gale. So far the fastest man on track is Panyakon Aramrasami in 3rd position. White KR cart with the green helmet. Austin Gale really needs to keep this gap alive, or else soon enough he will start to be pressured down and hunted down by Panyakon Aramrasami. And 12 laps remain in this race as we move closer to halfway. Panyakon Aramrasami less than half a tenth slower than Austin Gale, but in this lap, he's starting to roll in. Austin Gale knows as he starts to look behind. Still looking relatively calm as he puts his insights onto Austin Gale. Austin Gale starting to check the gaps between each straightaway to know which corners he needs to start defending on. It will be Panyagon around Rasami that will be able to destroy and ruin the Gale 1-2 party. And something has happened in the back and 3 cuts were out. And 2 of them were the energy cuts, with one of them being Paco Miguel Sar. So this is the number 368 of Pon Pot Giaras, not having a beautiful end to his final. Back to the action with 11 laps to go. This is the halfway mark for the MiniMax and Max Master final. Toby Gale is starting to check out of the race. And I wonder if just Austin Gale is going a little bit easy on Toby. But Panyagon around Rasami is definitely closing in on Austin. It's the fight for 4th position between Clifford Ganjanapas and Siri Komsiri. Siri Komsiri still chasing down Clifford Ganjanapas. Again in this race, because everybody's so closely packed, so close to each other. It's so hard to determine who will win. But so far, Toby Gale doing an incredible job of leading the train of carts. And he is almost checked out of the race already. So Toby Gale, the only one in the 52.1s. Austin Gale and Toby Gale, Austin Gale and Panyagon around Rasami still in the 52.2s. This is why race pace is so important. This is why the build up towards the weekend is so important. And Austin Gale starting to pull a gap from Panyagon around Rasami. The gaps that were once appeared in the earlier laps are now gone. There we go, 14 laps have passed, 8 more to go. Not much has been happening, and this is really a race of consistency for the Senior Max and Max Masters. As you can see, all the drivers relatively spaced out from each other. But again, one little mistake could cost you some big positions. So 15 laps have passed so far, and your top 10, Toby Gale in first place. Second place, Austin Gale. Third, Panyagon around Rasami. Fourth, Clifford Ganjanapas. Fifth position, Siri Kongsiri. Sixth position, Ratcharat. Seventh position, Nawin Natipanon. Eighth position, Waterpong. Ninth position, Jenny Bibinet. And 10th position, Zachary Boyce. Austin Gale still having a comfortable margin over Panyagon around Rasami.
just waiting for a mistake to happen. But between these experienced drivers, that is so hard to occur. So far, your fastest man on track is Panyakonaram Rasami with his fastest time 52.107. And fastest lap of the top 3 drivers are all in the 52.1s. And the rest is ultimately grouped into the top 3 drivers. Abigail Osgil and Panyakonaram Rasami. And then it is Clifford Gajanapas and Siri Kongsiri paired up with each other for the top 5. 5 laps remain. And with no issues left, Abigail's chances of winning closer and closer. That's a comfortable lead so far from Toby Gale. There's nothing much the rest of the grid can do to stop him from winning. So this race so far, we have seen a trend in the senior category of the start being extremely exciting, and then as the laps pass on, a few action points, and then it's a game of waiting for these experienced drivers. It's different when compared to the MicroMax and the MiniMax drivers. These drivers know when to do a move. When they do a move, it comes out as either a heads or a tails coin flip. But for the MiniMax and Micro drivers, it's quite different as they aren't as experienced. So here we go, 3 laps to go, and the top 3 still stays the same. And everybody's running such identical lap times. It's so hard to make anything happen when they are running so equally similar. So then Toby Gale almost pulling a 1-second gap from Austin Gale as we progress through the 3 laps left in this race. And the front runners are 1 sector ahead of the middle pack already. And Austin Gale still losing out to his brother Toby Gale lap by lap by lap. And Panyakonaram Rasami just 1/100th of a second faster than Austin Gale. So again, an extremely long race for the Senior Max and Max Master final. But the number 323, Toby Gale, will not be having any issues as he drives into his final lap of this race weekend. So then here we go, the final lap. Austin Gale takes a look behind Panyakonaram Rasami. Final lap, Toby Gale. Here we go to the last sets of corners. He swings into the tap of the brakes, goes into the left throttle early, sake all of the runoff curve.
jumps the left apex, swings it into the right corner, and he will take the win for the MiniMax and Max Masters final, followed by Austin Gale, Pajigon Aram Rasami, Clifford Ganjanapa, Siri Komsiri. In 6th position, Ratcharat Anantakan. In 7th position, Nawin Natsipanon, followed by Warapong. In 9th position, Jenny Bibinet, and in 10th position, Zachary Boyce. So that is your physical top 10 over for the MiniMax and Max Masters final. So this is the results for the MiniMax and Max Masters final, and we will move into the highlights. So we are back now with the winner of the MiniMax and Max Master final, Toby Gale. And first of all, before we get into the winner's interview, I want to know, between the two drivers, Austin Gale and Toby Gale, who's the better one?
Honestly, I think Austin is the better driver, you know. He has these magical moments that, you know, it's unmatched, and I think only someone like Austin can do it. Austin's, you know, helped me a lot this season, including today. I thank him for it, and, you know, he just has that senior experience that awaits me, and I thank him for helping me.
So that's some insider into the family of the two Gale brothers. And so for today's race, it's crazy to see you in the superheat. Jesus, that move down the around the outside in the first corner. I mean, did you plan it before? Or?
It was a last minute plan, but you know, from last year, anything is possible, and I just thought, you know, why not give it a shot?
And it was an extraordinary move done for you from the inside. So how do you feel about the final in today's race?
thought we were strong in the final. We showed good pace in the end. We were consistent every single lap. You know, happy with the chassis and the engine and the balance of everything. So I would like to thank Built Australia for this, the entire team, my parents, and everyone who contributed to my win today.
And do you think, like, from the 2024 to 2025 chassis, what's the biggest change? What's the biggest difference between the two chassis?
Honestly, I don't really find that big of a difference. You know, obviously the kart does feel a bit more pointier, but I think we're going in the right direction. You know, karting is getting more equal, and I'm happy how it's turning out.
Okay, so big congratulations for Toby Gale, who dominated the final for the Senior Max and Max Master final.
Thank you.
And so before we close the live stream and head towards the award ceremony, I would like to thank Mono 29, Mono Max, Sports One, and HC Motorsports. And we will see you guys again on the August 8th for the second round of the Road Tax Max Challenge Championship. I am Rio Ketsuri, and thank you everybody for joining us today for the live stream.